Okay, that should. So the goal of today is to fix a bunch of different things, including the way the project is set up in the files. Just need to clean up some stuff. We need to delete some scripts and condense them into one script. Well, put them on one script but have different classes in that script. This is just for ease of access later on. And that's basically where we're at right now. Uh, okay. So let's just test this stuff out, see if this game is actually running. Right, the individual part is what we're going to check right now. So we're going to load the prototype scene up, see what's wrong with it. We've made changes and didn't care. It's just a prototype. But we're going to be making the actual map, not using the prototype for obvious reasons. And we also are going to need to figure out why it is, even though we use the build settings, we're getting random or null names for the scene that was stored in there. So it would be good to get that working properly. We might actually take the time to also clean up the addressable system that we made to get it from a string system to an integer system. Not too sold on it, but there's just benefits that are coming along the way. I'm like, that's one of the things that definitely broke my brain, is trying to put that into consideration, because even though it's such a basically it provides itself a unique identifier, and a part of me wants to dig into that unique identifier and use that for more repetitive processes down the road, for like just identifying that these things are a certain thing, right? It's faster to do it using an integer than using a string. So that's where I'm at with that. All right. So let's test the scene out. Let's see if this map actually works. Okay, so on its own, this map works fine. All right, it initializes, it sets itself up, it's loaded. There's no staggering buildings. There's no there's no crazy things happening. Good. Yep, I can see the stuff spawning down the road. Camera seems to be okay-ish. A little bit showing. Okay. I like that whole shift and tilt with the car. All right. So that scene works fine. Load this. Let's try the start scene. If I click start, it should. Right. Okay, awesome. All right. So let's fix that issue between start leading to the game. So let's take care of that first. I think what we want to do is so we set this in on disable. Apparently this is happening way too late. This call. So instead, we're going to do this. Actually, let's call this. So we don't, I mean, we could do that, but now that we're going to do it this way, we can do something like this. There. And so now, instead of doing it that way, we're going to be doing transition. Right? So in this instance, we are doing this. So let's do the same for the road controller. So now let's try this out. Let's get rid of this for now. Okay. So we're going to just try it here, see what happens. I mean, if it breaks here, then that would suck, but... Sort of worked. Sort of worked. It's cleaner than my approach yesterday. You know, I think I'm approaching that point where, okay. And it says, try to access and... But try to access. Alright, so now if I press this, it's going to have a problem with the building over here, but... That's something that, maybe we need to start it earlier. Transition. There is definitely some kind of delay to set active. And it's like... It happens across a frame for this thing to register that this game object is active. I'm not sure if it's 1 frame or 2 frames, but it feels like it's a couple of frames between changes. So it might be better to do this earlier. Let's do it first with the buildings. See what it looks like. just happening so fast. Complaining about. What is it returning? Returning a private static of. I mean, this is one way to do it. There we go. Not sure why. The Huff Hub. Okay, so this decided that it was not going to be easy at all, right? I don't understand it. Alright, hold on. Let's do this. Because I have another call for the pooler that might be useful. Oh, I see. We didn't make the, let's do that now. So what we're gonna do is Is this a game object? Oh, it is just a game object. Hmm. I don't know. Oh, I see what I get it. There we go. That makes sense now. This is when my brain was working properly. It's easy for me to read it too, so that's cool. Like, right now my brain is slowly recovering, but this was a better me. Let's put it that way. Oh, let's see if that works. Set this on the transition begin. With the road, let's do that, yeah. On transition, it's just a bit too early. Okay, now let's try it out. We're just trying to get this part to transition properly, so everything in the next scene should be... What are you crying about? You're saying null reference exception. Not set to an... Are we complaining? What is this act? Oh. So the instance is not null. Okay. My eyes just got messed up. Alright, so... Right. Object reference. The only thing I could think of is this. This should get or create one. Right? It should never be returning null. Like we just create one right here. If everything is there. Otherwise, return the pool that we found. Interesting. It might be a hash collision. Hmm.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like
Yeah, this is what I was looking.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. Hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but
What's going up, Casa? How you doing?
I've been flying from town to town,
How are you?
from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes
I'm doing all right. Just trying to strong arm my pooler to create a key. I want to create some unique numbers for it to identify each item being pooled. Just flirting with different ideas on how to handle it. Nope, we don't do that. I'm thinking, I'm trying to remember if iComparable works with this. I don't think it does. Hmm. Hmm. I think I'm getting there. I'm starting to see the picture. So this is in the case that we have this component, but we don't want to store the component, I think. Proper. What we want is the component. So we don't actually want this. One is that. Okay. Then we're going to do game object. Mm. I mean, I could easily do this by just tupling it, right? Like, we could do that. So let's just... I don't want to do a tuple, but... Tuple is, like, the most direct way to handle it. Good to hear that you're okay, though. Are you working? You said code. Do you do game dev also? Is that your thing? Or I saw on the Discord, Nick posted this meme, and it kind of made me want to get into web dev instead of doing this stuff. Like the web developer is just listening to some chilling music, getting everything done in like a day. Meanwhile, the programmer basically gets pulling half the hair in his head out within about the same amount of time and getting one script done, basically. The heck is this? Oh, got it. Hey, Roman. Been a while, man. Not much. How are you doing? I mean, I didn't get to check today, but I'm trying to check like every day basically on what you're up to in the morning before I get on. I saw that you were pointing stuff in different directions though, and it looked like you had managed to allow it to take entry points from different positions. Pretty cool. You're getting that factorio uh, set up for yourself. That's awesome. I wonder. This doesn't have an instance ID though, does it? Interesting. We need to test things out. Let's silence this class for now. We're testing out the new things. We're learning over here. That's what we do over here. So, do it here. Okay, we just need to see what this will return, because this is supposed to be a prefab, and if I could have sworn I was looking for the instance ID originally, but couldn't find it. And let's put this in the call that we know will execute properly. Yeah, it's been a while. Everything is good. How's your project going? Um, no pun intended. It is going. Broke my brain a few days ago, because I was thinking about multiple projects and multiple approaches all at the same time. So right now my head is slowly recovering from that, but for the most part it's working. I'm getting back on the ball. What are we looking at here? So these are all instance IDs. So, oh yeah, so this is the you get to select which car you want to use, and then you can select the color for the car, blah blah blah, whatever. Let's go with the everyday, so like we can do that. You can go with like the cop car, but you have to unlock them. You just start with the everyday, and then I can't click Luster because I already set up the locking stuff for that. But we can pick up the pickup truck, and we can change like some of the details about its color. Cybermom truck, the Moto Bota. And if I double click that, it'll bring up the colors. We can change the colors on that. Thank you. Nick was there saying, oh, it should drive in from the bottom. Like, you could do that, but, I mean, that's, like, down the road, I guess, if I want to revisit it, but I like the whole way that it just comes into play right there. It's quick. The player can just keep moving around. Yeah, well, you know what? This is a democracy. You've been voted out, Nick. And welcome to the stream, Nick. So the cop car and then crazy taxi. Okay. So right now I was just working on figuring out how Unity works under the hood when it comes to getting an instance ID of a prefab. So just messing with that. Because if this is a thing, that would make my life so much easier. Okay, let's try it now. Okay. So this is a unique number. It looks like, yeah. Holy cow, it works. Wait, maybe not. 49, 540. 49, 540. Yeah, it works. Holy cow. Unity. I take back almost every bad thing I've ever said about Unity. That alone makes development so much faster. All right, let's do that. So we don't need to go through all of the stuff that we had just set up. We can just do that instead. Okay. Well, hold on. Let me verify this. So, like, different buildings. Yeah. Just use the instance ID on the prefab. Fantastic. I get value. Sure. You know what? Let's just do it this way. Grr. It's being mean. You know what? Anywhere that it says this. Okay, there. Okay, awesome. That should be it. And we handle set population. Awesome stuff. I love it. Okay. Okay. Unity, thank you so much for having that. Because of that music video, my YouTube front page is filled with VTubers and furries. What? This is just NCS stuff, man. It might not be this one. Hopefully it's not, because I actually like these ones. It's gonna be cleaning. Yeah, I have to work a bunch today, but I'll be lurking. Good luck. It's looking great. Thank you so much, Roman, and good luck, man. I'll check out. I saw that you're updating your work in progress, but so I check it every once in a while. I try to do it in the morning, so just keep it updated, man. And pretty cool. Nick, I need to remove both the YouTube one and the Firefox one. I think I'll download the MP4 and stop listening to it on YouTube. Bye. Oh, okay. I would feel bad if you had to like do all of that. This is just like, I mean, I like this these songs, so it's like kind of, it would suck if that was what was happening. All right, so let's test this out. This should work now. If it's broken, heh, whatever, it's fine. It works. Okay. Let's go back over here. And we want to do a purge on the pool. And we want to do erase. Call that. Awesome. So when we call erase, what happens? We get the instance ID from. Okay. So we do this. Should zoom out, and it crashes. Okay. Object reference not set to an instance of the object. What are we looking at? Line 88. It has amazing animation. I'm in love, but with how much content do I need to sacrifice to the fairy gods for them to be satisfied? Believe. They never tell you how much they take, you know? But at the end, you find out they take it all. What is it saying is null? I'm like so confused. Is it saying that this should never be returning null? Ever. Like, it should never be null. But it's saying that this is coming back null. But we do a null check here. But this can't be null. So it's like so confusing. If this is null... Oh. I think I see the problem. Oh, it shouldn't change anything though. It should be fine. So if the pool doesn't contain that ID... Oh, I see the problem. I think. This is very confusing. Is it the is it uwu stuff? Like I'm not, it doesn't click with me if you're talking about like uwu things, cuz yeah, nah, we're good. It's amazing animation. Leave it. If you want to check it out, the guy is named Tenery. You literally search it up. My name, it's GC Boxes. Do yourself a favor, and if you don't know what uwu is, forget I mentioned everything or anything about it. I was watching another stream, and they allow their chat to play some audio on Twitch though, and or something like that. I think they were like they have like some audio, and it was just some uwu stuff, and it was like first time I've ever heard of uwu, and it's going to be the last time I ever heard uwu. Some people like it though, but it gives strong fairy vibes. Like I feel like I'm in danger basically. high quality furry action. I got you, Nick. Maybe this is your calling. You never know, you know? Maybe it scratches an itch you never knew you had. You know, it wasn't so much the concept of furry, it was the quality just wasn't there to satisfy you, and maybe that satisfies you, you know? Um,
It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go.
I feel good working on this. I'm not gonna lie, like, I actually feel good working on this right now. Like, my brain is recovering working on these systems that are familiar to me. I don't mind this. The other stuff is making me go bonkers, but this stuff is settling the brain. let's try it now. All of that to just debug it. That's funny. Oh no, I'm transforming into a fairy. I can feel it in my bones. I'm gonna suddenly become social and dress up, and spend abhorrent amounts of money on giant sweaty. But for real, I think it's good. Oh wait, I misspelled it. Ernie, I'm becoming. Hey, listen, that's how it starts. What do they say? I think it's oh gosh, I always forget when it comes to this stuff, but there's like the left and then the right side of the brain, right? And the left side is, if I recall correctly, the left side is the side that or the left hemisphere is the side that sees things in absolutes for the most part, like things have a linearity in cause and effect. Meanwhile, the right side is views things from a more nuanced perspective, if I remember correctly. So you need both ultimately, but the idea, if obviously you brain, but you need both because if you just see, like, for example, if you see, just thinking about it from like the animalistic perspective, if you see a piece of meat and you're like hungry, right? You'll go and you'll chop up the meat and cook it down and whatnot. But then that would be the left side of the brain, right? You see a cause and effect. You understand a direct relationship. Meanwhile, the right side of the brain would look at that and say, well, hold on, why is that meat there? And you need to have further context. So yes, this could lead, the fact that this could lead to satiating your hunger also is shares definition with that there might be danger there, or like a trap, or maybe poisoned, and all of these things become possibilities. True, but ultimately decisions have to be made, and that goes back to the left-hand side. So it's entirely possible that you're using the right side for parsing out what your sentiments are on this new adventure that you're taking into a very sweaty avenue of being an adult. Somebody has to gaslight, right? But is it really gaslighting? You know? Okay, what are you complaining about? No reference exception, object reference. I'm so lost on this. Why is it crying? All right, let's try that one more time. Okay, so with saying that the object reference is not set to the instance coming from building. So when you purge pool over here, call array. to 102. So we are getting past this now. That's the population. Okay, so before we get there, we have to pass in the... That's it. Ah? How does it even know? Oh, prefab. Okay, so we set that here. We're supposed to have set that here. So we must have called clear ahead of time. So we probably called clear ahead of time. There you go. Pool.clear, and this is part of... Let's get rid of this. That should... But for real, I think it's good. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, why do 90% of good animators need to be... I don't know. You tell me. What do you think that... 90% of good animators need to be furries? Maybe you know the answer, you know? Did I forget to save? No. How are you still saying that it... How are we getting here? Getting here through... Do we have prefab objects? We're always putting in the prefab here. This is private set. So nothing should be setting this anywhere. Nothing should be clearing it. So how is this being set to anything other than... So confused. My family is just, they exist. Hey Nick, could you come over, set up my grandmother's phone? It takes me like days to do that, but your mother once said you can do it in 5. Yep, that's how it works, brother. That's how it works. I realized that every year that you add on to your age basically is just an increased amount of things that people think that that you must give of yourself. That's basically what it is. It's just, I guess you could call it additional responsibilities. And it's all about what you can do for them. How it works. The trick is finding someone that you enjoy doing that with. That is recipe of life. Okay, so this is fine. This will now always return value. I don't know what it was doing before, but now it should always return a... maybe it's the other way around. If you draw animal anatomy, you get better at drawing. That actually makes us. Oh boy. You know, you could apply Occam's razor to this, right? What's more likely? That a person who draws a specific niche of anatomy becomes better at drawing a more generalized um, set of art styles or approaches to anatomy, or that you simply prefer art by people who do furry art stuff, you know? Which one? I think the latter is a simpler understanding, right? Just dealing with what you prefer. That's what you like, then that's what you like. There's no reason to beat around the bush. Or the fur. Okay, so we call clear, but regardless, nothing should be setting. We need some way of tracking if we ever set this thing. Like if we were just giving it a null value. Okay, so yeah, something is being passed through as null here. Where is that coming? Where is that coming from?
Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were lined with adventure, mountains in the way couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand open arms. This is home where we are
This doesn't make sense
ever strong
at all.
in the world that we made. I still hear you in the breeze, see your shadows in the trees, holding on memories never change.
This doesn't make sense. Why is... Oh, I see what's happening. But still, this shouldn't be null, right? Oh, I see. That's what you like, sure, but you didn't even see that anime. The effing YouTube subtitles are the beat and are to the beat and stylized. I think it's much more likely that if you're interested in animals, you could possibly learn to draw them than you like drawing. Oh man, I don't know what it is about that stuff, brother. It just makes me laugh every like it's like wow. You know, some people look at a cow, they see a steak. Some people look at a cow, they see a pet. Some people look at a cow and they see something extremely deviant. In fact, in Crusader Kings 3, that's what it's called. I didn't even know that, right? So like I was playing Crusader King 3 for a very long time, and I was always wondering like what the heck does it mean by like deviance? And then they changed the icon, and that's when I realized what deviant actually meant. I was completely lost. I thought it was just like something else that character traits had. Oh no, I'm not getting into psychology of furry. There's I couldn't begin to penetrate that one. Oh man, I just like the double entendre of it all. Um I mean, there's nothing wrong with liking animals, but there's something, you know, out there with maybe liking a little bit too much. Like I think my favorite animal that I uh had as a pet would probably my hamsters. But those guys were stupid. Like they would do some of the most off the wall stuff I could like the fact that their brain was about the size of my pinky nail shined through a lot. Like there were times they would be like absolute geniuses, and then times I don't think it matters. I mean, being canceled or not doesn't, that's not even a thing. How can I be canceled? Like it doesn't make any sense. Like, but I get it though. I get what you mean. But it, but the whole idea is that my hamsters would they would try to leave. We had like this whole setup for them, and they would try their best to commit suicide at every moment that they could. I remember the landlord for our apartment, he caught one of my hamsters because apparently I had 3 of them, and one of them somehow figured out how to get between the cracks of the plastic for my setup, poked its head out, and that was enough. So when I woke up, one hamster was missing. I fixed it. I just figured that he died or something, but there was this massive cat that the landlord had, and this cat was, he was the guy, like this was the cat. When I saw the first time I saw that meme, oh Lord, he coming, and it was the big fat cat, like that was this cat. So I was like, you know, this hamster is going to find his way into some hole somewhere. It's an exploratory hamster. And he's an adventurer basically. And his final boss is going to be that cat downstairs, because that cat was bipolar as heck. Like it would sit there and allow you to pet it and purr, but he was up in the years, so he was super bipolar, and it would just turn around randomly. Like it would purr, 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 and then turn around and just mutilate your hand. And there's no telling. Like sometimes you can tell by looking at the tail. There's just no telling. It's going to do something completely erratic. And so I figured that hamster was gone. I figured that hamster was gone, but the landlord found the hamster and brought him back. And that was like, almost we forgot about him, because that was like a week later the landlord found the hamster. At that point, there's not much you can do. We just washed them off and whatnot, but we didn't want to mix them again with the other hamsters, because, and it proved to be the point, because something happened to him, and he passed away not even a week later. So that was just what it is. Like some hamsters just do the craziest things, because homes have all kinds of crazy stuff happening behind their walls. So pets really shouldn't, like, that's the thing. Like when you have small pets, you have to make sure that you take care of the areas that they can reach. And a lot of people don't realize that. I think that's how a lot of like younger animals are dying earlier, because just about every single one of my neighbors, their pets die super. It's just things that you don't see because you're so tall. they interact with. So the hamster was a learning lesson. After that, we had a dog and fared pretty well. So now we're back to this. Got it. Something is giving null. We do this. Maybe that'll fix it. Okay, right now. All right. That could have been what the problem was. I just wasn't passing prefab through. Yeah, that's what it was. I wasn't passing the prefab through. What do the managers look like? Holy cow. Oh, this is the building. So this is the building parent. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, we do a destroy on the game object. Yeah, that makes sense. We needed that. I don't know why I don't know, my brain, brother. By the way, I'm theorizing about if... Oh, I missed something. Okay, yeah. He wasn't meant to be. He was meant to be. By the way, I'm theorizing about if toxoplasmosis is something more and widespread. Because how in the hell can you look like a serial killer with all the wounds and still love it? It probably is a real thing. I mean, it's become popular, but if we can use catnip and elicit that reaction, why can't cats do it back, you know? That's how life is. There's instant karma a lot of times in the most unexpected ways. Well, instant for us, but they probably have been evolving that feature for who knows how many eons or ages. You don't actually like cats, but you like cats. Okay, so where's this object coming from? OBJ. Oh, there it is. Gotcha. So you're pulling it from this, then we just destroy the game object. So we know this doesn't work. Oh no, it does work because we're limiting it like that. I've been saying that since the get-go, man. You're coming to accept certain new quirks about your personality. I say you embrace and explore it, you know? What's the worst that could happen? Okay, so it's not getting there. That part of the script. Ah, um, there was a game I was playing not too long ago. Where is it? It's single player though, but you might be interested in it, possibly. It's called Going Medieval. I've been trying to play it for a very long time now, but I can't get myself to enjoy it. I don't know why. Like I get ever so far, and then it's just too much micromanaging, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know what it is. But it's a really interesting game. It's voxel. It's a voxel medieval town creator kind of thing. With if you've ever played RimWorld, it's kind of like that. And it's so weird because it's basically like a souped-up version of RimWorld, but except medieval. So you would think that it would be more popular because RimWorld is super popular, but it's not. Or at least I haven't seen like the crowd for it yet. Like, it doesn't ever pop up in my YouTube feed. Where do we set the amount? Oh. Okay, so first we start off with I is equal to... Alright, what is this? The amount represents the amount that we should have at the end, right? So as long as... Okay. So I is going to be equal to the pool size. And we just do I minus minus. And start off from the top, and then we just continue to iterate through until we hit the exact amount. So if the amount is zero, I is less. So if I is greater than the amount, there we go. Okay, now let's try it. Now we should be able to get here. I'm not going to become a fairy, I'll become an artist and do an experiment. For science, yes. Going medieval, you say? Never heard of it. I'm yet to play RimWorld. Oh, really? RimWorld is one of those games where it's, hey, can it have multiplayer? And it just doesn't. But there are games that are RimWorld-esque that do have multiplayer and are really good. There was a YouTuber, very good programmer, also. Oh, what's his name? TyroDev. I don't know why his name was slipping me, but TyroDev, super cool. He super cool, thoughtful guy, very Romanesque in that way. So he released a game. I think it's called. I don't want to confuse it with another game because the other game is really bad. The other one that I'm remembering. But they have a similar name. Give me 1 second. I think it started with a K. No, that's not it. I have to look it up. Give me 1 sec. Ah, there it is. Yeah, it does start with a K. It's Keplerth is the name of it. It's like kind of sci-fi. But he released it a while ago. The thing with it is that I got pretty far in it, but I didn't want to beat it because I wanted to play it multiplayer. If that makes sense. Like, because I had beaten other games that did have multiplayer and just never got to play multiplayer because I had beaten them single player. And for me, I just never play the game after like I've beaten it already single player. That makes sense. All right, let's test to see if this works. Nope. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's try it now. Yeah, so it's Kerpleth is like it's think if you take Zelda, mix it with RimWorld, and then slap in a lot of survivals. Well, I guess RimWorld is survival, but eh. Miss something? What's the issue? Invalid operate. Invalid operation collection was modified. Oh, gotcha. There we go. Still fed back 0. That's crazy. Oh, this is the no wonder. Active. There we go. Still reporting 0, but it did do it, sort of. So lost. What just happened? What? There we go. That doesn't make any sense at all. That doesn't make sense, brother. I don't know what's happening under the hood anymore. So that should have fired off a ton of stuff, why wasn't it? When does this go off? This goes off if the list count is greater than 0. Okay, so actually this is fine. We're supposed to put it here. That would only go off if we pre-cook the pooler. For this, we're not doing that. There we go. Now we're seeing numbers. So now this should be 8. The size for this different one. Okay. So now if I do this, we should see. Oh, it added another object to the pool. This is cool. We get to see when it's adding new objects to the pool. Right? These are probably like different building types and things like that. But it should eventually stop increasing. Like, it's just based on a few things, but there are only a certain number of different types of buildings. and each one of them will have like a certain amount of themselves. Okay, so we have the active count. So now when we tell it to erase the pool, which scenes we want it to go through. Okay. I see what the problem is. I think I get it. I think I know what I want to do. Let's erase this for now. We can do actually, we need this one. Actually, we could use all of this though. Gonna do there we go. That's what we want to do. So when we erase this pool, we call erase on it. We pass it in the pool manager that it belongs to. We convert that to an array. We go through every object that it has in active. Plus I guess that doesn't work. Darn. Yeah, this ain't good though. Okay, there. That should simplify the code a bit. Then we call clear down here. Okay, let's try it now. That drastically simplifies the code. Because what we're trying to do is not handle a resize, we're trying to actually purge it. Did that work? It looks like it worked. Nope. Got stuff here that shouldn't be. Hmm. Hmm. To array. Did I mess up? No.
thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe, get me up and out of the sheets, onto my feet. Another cup of coffee and me, that's what I need. My eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Ay, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand a world that's so complicated. Intoxicated, every night faded, just so I can sleep thinking that it's safe.
Welcome back. I'm back, and now I want to complain of Samsung. Okay. Samsung, the cell phone company that does a whole bunch of other things in their own country. And like, if I remember correctly, like they had like a heir apparent that was arrested for a whole ton of touching people in the wrong places kind of stuff. That's not good.
So they compensate with everything external. Not trying to throw shade, no way. I'm just trying to find the meaning of life. Hey, there's happiness if you try to live the right way. Forget about what others have and live your life. Hey, be aware of who you are, what you're good at. Take a step forward, see where your foot's at. Stand tall, stand proud, talk loud. Every word out your mouth has purpose now. You just gotta get rid of the bad thoughts. Hating others cause you know that they got a lie. Forget that though, you got plenty, you're alive in this life. You got time, go get it. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Oh, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night.
I don't get it, brother. I don't get it. Like, I see it, but... Alright. These objects should be all getting destroyed. Right? So all of these, building parent, all of these should be getting destroyed. How many of them?
I have a dream, that's all I need.
Okay, so now when I click this, but they don't get destroyed. Ah. So why are their phones stupid? I mean, I need to look it up to see like exactly. I do not really pay attention to what phone I'm using. Maybe the one I'm using is a Samsung. Yeah, it's not destroying. Can't destroy transform. If you want to destroy it, please call. Okay, gotcha. Oh, I see. Okay, so all of this should disappear. But it's not doing it. It's not actually destroying everything. Even though I destroyed the parent. Let me see, if I delete this parent. Nothing. I'm so lost. It's crazy. This is crazy. Why is it being so crazy? I'm actively copying data from phone to phone. Samsung literally doesn't have Google on its thing and forces Galaxy account. Huh. I mean, that's good in a way, right? Unless you want to support the Google monopoly on everything. If you have a that rebellious bone in your body that says I don't want to endorse a monopoly, there you go. Um, hmm. So it works in theory, not in practice. So the good news is tracking the number correctly. The bad news is it's not actually doing it. I remember when I got my last phone, I had to actively install Google Play. I remember that. It's in US we have jury duty, and I had just gotten that phone, so you definitely need something to distract you while you're just waiting. So, first thing I tried to do was figure out how to get Google Play on it. Took a little bit, but we got it. Um, so we don't need to do this. I think we're going to be doing a print on the list. See what's happening. I don't believe that. This is a lie. That's a lie. That number is a lie. That number is a big fat lie. I don't think the problem is here. I think the problem is over here. See? So here it reads one number, but it should have read one for each one of these. But it's only one time. Right? Because we call pool erase. So what's stopping it? Not this. Hmm. Samsung is halfway to being Hawaii. They have a full ban on Google, so let me check that out. Now, from what I'm reading, there's nothing. Samsung devices even come with Google Play on them, so I don't know about a full ban. Let's check that out over here. It sounds less like it's a Samsung thing from what I'm seeing. In 2024, Google blocks sideloading, so only Android devices could have um, Google Play on it. So that's the question: is that an Android?
I don't believe in destiny. I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies. They're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy. You gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me. You ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know. Better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes. Call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by.
Yeah. Okay. So it just depends. So if you're using a Samsung phone with Android on it, um, built off Android, then you should still be able to get all of the apps, including Google Play. So user error detected. Okay, so we have a very weird problem. Ah. Okay, how about this? So this is garbage. Let me just get rid of it. I'm gonna keep this right now, though. I don't understand it. Like Unity has a very weird behavior when it comes to setting a game object to inactive, right? Like it takes a couple of frames between when you set the object to active for it to recognize that you set the object to inactive. And so what I'm trying to do is get the object that has been set as not active back into the pool before we get to the next scene. However, by the time we get to the next scene, not all objects that were spawned are being returned. Right? Which is crazy to me because it just doesn't make sense before you get to the next scene, which is like over the course of maybe 8-9 frames. That's nuts to me that it takes that long for it to convert everything over to not being active. That's nuts. That is I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna try it going back a couple steps.
Yeah, let's go. I'ma make a couple stacks, do exactly what I want to. Mix a couple tracks, get a lady that I'm drawn to.
And just let the pooler's natural flow handle the processes. Right, we track the active buildings here anyway. So all this is going to do is just set any active building that we have back to be. Because we don't care about the inactive ones. We only care about the active buildings. Just want to turn them all inactive. That's the point. The inactive ones the pooler has. The active ones are outside of the pool. The pool manager. We don't care about that. Let's go to the road real quick and just convert the road thing. This is junk. Okay. Okay, this is it. Let's see what happens. Like, the issue is the scene transition. And then this is what happens. Huh. Right? And this works fine. Sort of. Like, things are just out of place now. But it's so weird because it's just so weird. Okay, it looks like it's running fine from the transition. It's just the opening scene or opening setup for it is messed up badly. But I think it's the same thing that was happening before, where I had to stagger out the timing because the for loop was just happening so fast. So it might be that I need to throw a lock on something because of the async loading. Which is new, like never had to do that before. Right? Because the system that we're using is independent of the async loader. We're tying it directly to an event from transition. Once the screen is completely blocked out, let's see something. Okay, that should do it. That should give it time to handle the iteration between. Uh,
Sometimes I'm feeling high, but sometimes I'm feeling low. I wanna stay inside, I could call my bed my home. I've been trapped inside my mind, that's what keeps me in the zone. I think that I'll be fine, but I do not really know, yeah. It's too late for me, not too late for you. To be great, you see, the pain's worth the truth. I don't wanna be just someone that's new. I speak my mind so free, so you could hear the truth. Yeah, I know that we all have fear.
why?
In the back of our minds we hear the
There's nothing wrong with the code. It should be over here. For whatever reason, it's over here. So I think that there is something. I think it's just not being set act. Let's start with that guess first. Okay. Hmm. Don't get it, bro. It should technically have a blank slate. And then once we start, it fills in the whole scene.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie.
This one, what is this? There it is. Why is this not being set active?
Put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this. Hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless. Cashing all my checks, rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit. She's on the offensive.
Why is this not being set active?
Still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish. Live until I'm breathless.
Alright, let's look at the code.
She gon' say obsessive. Life is so expensive. Do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective. Yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive. Yeah. She snuck into my section. Yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson. Yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep. Yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep. Yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing. They don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson with hands-on sessions. Points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions. I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting. Said she wants to get it in. Said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession. Yeah. She wanna stay for a minute. She wanna play for a minute. She wanna slay for a minute. And now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back in a minute. Make a track in a minute. And now I'm all up in it. No sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep. Yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep. Yeah.
Okay, it never happens. Just don't set it active.
Dropping all your shit, yeah, I promise this. I got promises, you ain't stopping this. Cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this. I will not quit, man, I'm on it, honest. I'm gon' launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit
with my 9 to 5, I'm rocking, and they watching, cause it's shocking, dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb. And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna get it,
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic. Spitting logic, make them nauseous. Honest, can I stop this? Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Knock, knock, bitch, watch it. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Profit, spitting hot shit. Off topic, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, matter of fact, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the mat, not an act, that's a fact. We attack in a back, no react, no react. Think I'm black, off his back. While I rap, does a step, throw a jab, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Got a plan better than most plans. Goddamn, I'm a rhyme till I die. Never lie, that's a lie. I don't try, I defy. Yes and nah, man, I'm right, yeah.
yeah. I've been in and out the studio like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows. How it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Front row, here I go. All these people
Okay, that might be what was causing the problem.
lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, looking for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes. Steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life. I just wanna feel alive.
Cannot convert. Ah.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Motherfucking take it back from these haters. Playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion in depths when it happens. Factions take actions. Drafting their captains. It's happening. I'm raising my status. Facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction. Avoid the distractions. I'm snapping. No captions. Attracting reactions. Adapting. Attacking. Commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits. I don't fucking ask this. I just fucking grab it. I am never static. Massively active. Expanding. Backslid. Planning to have it. So I will go capture it. And I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it. Put them on blast it. They will never last it. Don't be so dramatic. Not my demographic. This shit is democratic. They phone effects. Yeah, bitch.
Everybody on the top got the same sound. Everything I'm about to drop, make a name now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Yeah, I ain't never gonna be the same now. I'ma tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. I got so many bars, call it kamikaze. Ain't nobody ever gonna ever stop me. And I know that I could be a little cocky. That's the byproduct of hard work, no it's not free. I'm at a top speed, I think you lost me. Do not cross me, I keep dropping all these hits and I know that they watching. They keep showing up in my place, always knocking. Knock, knock, bitch, I've been standing right here. Been over 3 years and then you just got here. Man, get me a beer and open up the mirrors. Let me show you now what you've been missing for years. Call it premiere, I can take a boy's name and smear, or take it up a gear and end your career and make you feel fear, or make you disappear. Cause I am right here and not going nowhere. Everybody on the top got the same sound. Everything I'm about to drop, make a name now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Yeah, I ain't never gonna be the same now. I'ma tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. And when I rap, yeah, man, I snap fast. Like your girl's back, hit a clap, clap, break it in, smack. Shotty like a quick snack, like it when I'm all up in there. I'm finna win it like I win stacks. Every single that I'm in, man, it's been fat. These haters all get whacked when I spit max. These haters all get bit in the pit fast. You bound to get back, so you better move back. Y'all don't wanna play with a pro, not today. I'ma make you wish you were gone in my A. You gon' be my bitch, be my pawn when I play. You gon' be my bitch, take my palm to the face. You know I'm your biz when I'm on fucking stage. You ain't never gonna get me to be tame. I go insane, you can't detain this beat, yo, when I came to stay. Cause girl, I came to play. Everybody on the top got the same sound. Everything I'm about to drop, make a name now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Yeah, I ain't never gonna be the same now. I'ma tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. If I stay, will you stay? If I go, will you go? If I pay, will you play? Do you know what I know? Do you love, do you hate? Do you care what I say? Is it all just the same? Always make these mistakes. Ooh, baby, take me, play me. All I wanna do is please. Wanna spread like a disease. Ooh, crazy, tasty, baby. I just wanna feel you breathe. I just wanna feel your knees, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. If you wanna stay, baby girl, don't go. Oh, look the other way. Nobody will know. Oh, if it's all the same. Call my place your home. Oh, I don't wanna chase, but don't want you to go. Oh, all I want is you. Ooh, all you need is me. I know what to do. Ooh, only I can see. Yeah, know I love the view. Ooh, climb under the sheets. Do just what you do. Ooh, put me back to sleep. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. You take a fucking bad chick, put her on a mattress. Baby, she's a savage, but she lets me have it. Oh, we getting at it. Want a couple glasses? You could be my captive. Baby, be proactive. She looking so attractive, dressed with the backless. We can make it happen. You could be the captain. I'll take you to the cabin, penthouse mansion. And she used to acting, but I ain't casting. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Feeling so lonely, everybody owns me. Treated like a trophy, everybody's phony. She stays so low-key, they don't truly know me. She just wanna show me, take it real slowly. She working long hours, taking long showers, chasing down downers over the counter. She cashing in vouchers, screaming out louder. No one around her, surprised I even found her. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah, yeah, let's go. I ain't the first with the curse, with the thirst that I wanna be better, not worse, man it hurts. I'm on this earth with my words and I put them all together, insert, cause I wanna have worth. Working hella hard till they put me in the dirt. Gonna go far, man, listen to my words. Gonna be a star, man, life's like a blur. When you're working this hard till you get what you deserve. Yeah, I ain't taking a backseat, I'm passing anybody else who is rapping. I'm nasty, ain't nobody able to catch me. They gasping, they cannot compare, they can't match me. I'm at half speed, I got your girl and she laughing and dancing, hanging on my butt, she asking to crash with me, smash with me, she savage, she wants cash money, and she knows that I live lavishly. I wanna live, I'm cold inside, give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive, one day I'll have what I want. I want the whole world in the palm of my hand, I got a plan, I'm the man, now I'm teaching the game, a veteran, better than anybody else who tests me. I'm ready, my hand and it's steady, I'm trending, ascending and blending, lyrical bending. Now I'm spreading and getting my name out now, yeah, they hearing me laugh. All the crowds, repping the sound. I'm hitting the ground, running, up and coming, ain't nothing, yeah. Rookie of the year, I'ma keep it 100. Cold-blooded, no budget, from nothing to something. I ain't bluffing, I got a full hand and a full plan. I ain't gonna stop till I'm at the top, man. Every single drop got me feeling awesome. I'm about to pop, started from the bottom, yeah. I wanna live, I'm cold inside. Give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive. One day I'll have what I want in life. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt. You're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you wanted to be. I feel right, and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away, yeah. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something, yeah. Then all you really need is hope. Take a look in the mirror, are you seeing some fear? You hear the voice in your ear, can you start to see clear? Are the bad thoughts near? Or can you be where your feet are, yeah, when you stand right here and say no? I'm never gonna give up, I'm never gonna slow. The one that doesn't give up, never loses to a foe. The one that can show to myself I could go all the way to the top, can't stop me. I'm a soldier, always closer till it's over. Older, but I'm bolder, moving forward, motor, never slower. Get to know ya, don't go make me drop my shoulder. You need to believe you can achieve everything that you dream. Everything that you need is in the air that you breathe. It's in the mind that you feed. It's in the time that you bleed. Every second of life is another blessing to me. Yeah. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something, yeah. Let's go, yeah. It's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with the
I'll
love
be right back.
you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight, and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail, you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope. I wanna feel alive, feel the blood inside my veins. I wanna slow the time, will you slow it down with me? I think I need to find what it means to be okay. It's broken by design, can't live life without some pain, yeah. And I know I'll keep running, no, I'll be something you won't see me coming. I grow, I keep punching, I grow, I keep hunting. No, I need nothing, supposed to be something so close to me. Jumping out in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time
Sorry about that. All right, so we're working on this.
Yeah. I spit raps like a heart attack, fast fatal heart impact, past painful scars. In fact, I blast tasteful bars and pass. I back up my actions, fact don't ask, grab reactions, jacked attack with every word, then act with class as they hear me snap. I got nothing to lose, cause I fought and felt the bruise. Now I'm not the one confused, call the shots and they produce. I ain't lost, I'm finally loose. Pick a new silver excuse, I need the views to boost me to a new abuse of being used. Everybody wants a piece now, y'all can rest in peace now. You're dead to me, so peace out. Remember you're discreet now, get ready for defeat now. I'm gonna make you bleed out, listen on repeat now and weed out all the weak now. Get up and make a change, don't remember yesterday. If you got something to say, speak your mind before your grave, cause your life is yours to save. Ain't nobody gonna change.
Okay. We're almost there. All right.
Ridiculous, I'm spitting this meticulous and limitless, while others out there spitting shit got hits up on the charts and shit. I see why other artists quit, cause people don't reward good shit. They love to hate but hate to live.
Okay.
Society, you swing and miss, and honestly I get it. Promise me you won't regret it. Wasting energy, forget it. Don't look back, who wanna
All right.
get it. Bite the bullet just a bit, bite your tongue and don't say shit. Make your actions hard to miss, be a legend not a myth. Yeah.
I feel like I forgot to do stuff, but we're gonna bump into the exceptions regardless.
I will not quit till 10,000 people going off when I drop this. I gotta make it now. Swear to God I'm breaking out. Swear to God I'll take a bow. Stand the stage with the crowd, cause I got it figured out. I'm just honest and I'm loud. Saying modest but I'm proud. No, I never had a doubt. Yeah. I keep on moving forward. Always getting closer.
Okay.
Marching till it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward. Always getting closer. I'm marching till it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward. Always getting closer.
Okay. So my question is not about that, it's about this part. Are the instance IDs on the prefabs the a parent? Should have
I don't get what I want, I get what I need. Every single day I'm heading off to my dream, and I get everything that I damn well please. I don't give a damn if you all listening to me, cause I run it. I'm the only one that really want it. I'm the only one that's really on it. I'm just being honest. I'm just doing everything I promise, cause I want it bad enough that I'ma make it as an artist. And I know I'm not the smartest, and I know I'm not the largest, but I promise
right, that makes sense.
work the hardest, cause I promise you that I'm just getting started. And I promise you that my skills are getting sharper, so I'ma get charted. Can't be guarded. Nah,
Just don't get it, bro. What's happening here that's causing it?
Everybody got a different version of me. Everybody gotta be learning from me. Everybody wanna be working with me.
Is this not coming back null? Is that what's happening? And still,
Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit. No, because I want this. Don't try to stop me. Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit. No, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now.
I don't get that.
You, not for me. I don't give a fuck if you got a college degree. Did you learn anything? Really worth anything? 200 grand later and we're not even working. Student loans worth more than what we're earning. Best lesson I learned is to keep on searching. Find your true passion and get to work. And better take action or you end up serving. Yeah, that's a fact. So you better clean up your act. So you better grow yourself a sack. And tell the world they can suck on that. Don't come back. Pack your bags.
All right.
Take a trip and don't relax. You hit the switch and just attack. You find your niche and make some racks. Don't hold back.
This makes absolutely zero sense. This makes zero sense. What is happening in this? What am I messing here? Basically what I just did is, after this, care of what it needs to take care of, I went through the whole list again and just set everything that's supposed to be active to true again. But we should only have to do that here. Right? And the only place that we wouldn't be able to do that is if it was null, but this never fires up. Right? Actually, we could get rid of this because this is just meant for debugging. But it's fine. So we know two things are true. One is that it's we are pulling it, the correct item from the pool. In other words, the pool is properly being refreshed, and we are pulling the items back from the pool. We also know that after we've pulled the item from the pool, it's being added to this active buildings array. Right? So these two things we know are true. Because if it wasn't, then this wouldn't work. So we know the only place in this project that is being added to the active is right here. There shouldn't be any other place. Check for that before we... Yeah, that's it. Okay. Which means that by default,
you're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different, man? You must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible.
so the only thing I could think of is this.
You gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow. You can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move. I'm gonna make it soon, and I'll do it 'cause it's what I wanna fucking do. 'Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions. They blocking your vision, but no, you can't listen. That shit is all fiction 'cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming. There's no way that you make it, and maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? and stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore. I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you? Or will you fucking fight back?
Okay, they look like the same call basically. Okay, that should be it. That's crazy. Okay, let's try it now. That's crazy. That is super crazy. See if this fixes it. Nope.
Are we gonna play now? Ready for the show? I'm about to take down, you already know. Get the fuck out of my face now, yeah, you gotta go. Man, I'm on the chase now, leave me on my own. I got a chance to break now, here I fucking go. Take control of fate now, I control my
How often is this called?
I'll be great, how
Called once and start.
I know that I'ma stay loud, drowning out the noise. The haters always thinking that they could fucking break me. They're better off eating their own words like
All right, I guess. Guess we're gonna do it this way. Painful, but I don't know what's going on with this part because we just did this. So my only guess was that something is setting it to false after it's added in. Right? Like in the same scene, in the same frame that it's being put in. But that doesn't make sense because when we did this one, it turned it on regardless of its position. The only other thing that could turn it off is remove building. Right? There's nothing else that could set it to false, right? Return to pool, but we're not actually using that. Oh no, we are, but when we leave the scene, we're using have it connected here. All right. I don't get it, brother. Get it at all. I think I'm hitting mission overload on exactly what is happening inside here to be able to parse it. Everything is passing by. Wait, what? Whatever. This works. Let's move on. A little annoying, but it is what it is. Oh, we can do this. Oh, brother. Are you serious? Oh, did I forget to save? Oh, we I don't know what to say. Basically, we go through the list, try to find the first one that is null. Then we populate that list. Hmm. We got 24 items. So this is correct. This is hitting me with 24. That's perfect. Let's try with the actual scene. And we're being hit with 24 again. Pause that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 24. So there are 24 objects. But one of them should not be here. Which one is it? This one should not be loaded yet. This one. So, in order for us to get that to happen, what needs to take place? So, the odds that we're going to start with this side or this side is 50-50. When we do this. Right, so we just do get side and it'll give us a random side. The issue is the comparer Z. So, where do we set the comparer Z? Here. But for whatever reason, this is starting with a value. That's the only way that it can do the other. So let's do this real quick. Let me call start. I don't know why it would start with a value. Let's initialize them with null. And let's see if that helps. If I try to escape the country, I feel like the IT department in our government will kill me by just existing. Why do you say that? That's a weird statement. I mean, I can understand if you said, like, the intelligence department, but IT? I don't get that. Like, why would IT... Alright, let's try it now. Oh. Yep. This is no good. It should be starting from vector... It should be starting from here, vector 3.0. Okay, so let's do it this way. It is spawning the vehicles, but it's not initializing them at vector 3.0. Why? Where is it getting... What is GetSide doing? Return a left count. What is left count? Left count is going to be equal to 0. Right now. It could be that left count is starting at -1 or something like that. Who knows? We have like a e-document app for the entire country, but it's so crap you can't even transfer anything in case your phone breaks or something. That sounds very different. I'm about to punch a cat. Like, this is crazy right now. Okay, so we know that when we do validate, that's not the problem. There's something going on here with position. I can't figure out why. Or what. This is supposed to be not stuff that we need to. And I think I'll also punch a cat. I'm behind on the stream. Ah, yeah, there was a drop for a moment with OBS. Not sure what happened. Um, I am beat up, bro. I really can't figure out what its major malfunction is. Or even how to approach figuring it out. Alright, let's start with this. We need to have 2 of them. We need to have 2 of them that are going to return vector 3.0. Print. Right? So we should get 1 for the left, 1 for the right that are going to be at vector 3. Let's try this again. So for the first one, everything should be accurate. So let's see. Yeah, we got 2 of them at vector 3.0. But this is how it's supposed to have been. We're gonna purge this and let's just start. Yeah, and we got 2 of them. Hold on 1 second. I'm so beat up. We should have 2 of them that are going to be coming back with vector. And we did. But we have 2 of them somewhere with vector 2 dots. But for whatever reason, after it does this, I think it comes in super fast, then gets disabled by the previous call. That's the only thing I could think is happening here. Which doesn't make sense, right? Because we're giving ourselves 0.5 of a... well, actually 1 whole second to purge the area and then replace it with new information. Well, actually, we just purge the area. And then once we finish the load, that's when start fires off. I think I see the problem. 1 sec. Transition. Unseen loaded is when it does prep load. Unseen loaded means that we've already Wait. So unseen loaded is when we go plus equals. I see what's happening. Sort of. By this point, it's already too late. So the issue isn't the transition. The transition is doing its job. The issue is the scene being loaded. So let's go to our async scene loader real quick. Or how do we even get there? Close that. Okay. Um right. So transition. We don't want to fire. We don't want to fire the prep, actually. Huh, this is so weird, brother. Um, don't want to fire off prep load. The outro to. So the actual data underneath the hood, the actual data is already loaded at this, which is working independent of what's happening. Let me see if there's other calls. Nope. Bare bones. Bare bones gets. We could use our async as a few more calls on it. I have the complete check. Okay, let's do this. right? Oh, there. That give us a time that we need, and then inside of we should take a tactical break and see how many times I got mentioned in the new Roman video. He he uploaded. It did not. When did he upload? Yeah, I don't see any upload. Cool. I see no Roman. So that's the thing. YouTube will probably like randomly in the week tell me that an upload happened. It's so weird. Oh, it doesn't tell me right away. It tells me at some point in the week that an upload was made. Okay. So now we have a whole suite of Unity actions for I don't know if they're named correctly, but uncompleted, unfinished load. On income, let's name it on income. All them words. Okay, there. So now let's go take a look at the start menu. Instead of waiting Okay, so let's look at the road control. Right? So this wants to wait until visually we can't see anything. And then it wants to return. Right? That's fine. The problem is we're loading in the new area, loading it actually way too fast. So, or we're completing the load way too. This completed load is happening. Right? That's the problem. So what we can do here is 8 Right? That should give me 25.25 of a second before we handle the completion. And so, because we've done that, we can get away with this and unload the scene. That's the problem. So we were doing complete, loading in the new scene, and then unloading the scene after we've completed the load of the previous scene, which is why it was breaking when we were constantly trying, like, to update the. Got it. So this is giving an unload call, which should then handle the pooler issue. Okay, that should take care of it. Did we? Try it now. Don't need that anymore. Get rid of this. We're not getting any error. Just failing to. But what? Okay, there we go. Now let's try it. I'm not sure why it broke. It's not getting there in the code. Okay, so something weird is happening. Then it gets there when we do. Something very weird is happening. Call this. And we don't even get to catch an exception. Don't you just love when something fully digital is literally locked to your device? Now you have to have a third phone for that's that sounds like okay, so it did unload. That sounds like so it's getting here, it looks like, and then it's failing make this call. how this is the thing. Like, let's try doing it this. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. Okay, I'll head out. I can no longer multitask and listen. Yeah, it sounds like you're having a heck of a hard time taking care of that phone issue, dude. So you'll probably be focusing in on that. Usually that's what I mean, obviously that's what I do. That's what I'm doing now. I'm like locked in trying to figure out why I can't call the async operations. These operations should be completely independent of one another, but for whatever reason, uh it's failing out. And I can't figure out why. It's just so weird, right? So like if I call complete over here, then it'll run this operation over here when I call it after. But if I call this before, hmm, I don't know. Anyway, have a great one. Uh, well, I mean, maybe sleep would actually be useful. Sure, you might be able to, in your dreams, put together exactly what you need to do to solve this problem. Sounds like you had a few layers of issues. First was your phone not recognizing Google Play, even though I'm assuming your phone is an Android. If it's not an Android, then it would make sense why it doesn't recognize it. But yeah, I'm about to log off or sign off also. I just can't figure this out, and I need time to figure. Like these two things should not be related. It's doing this properly. The scene name. It is doing that properly. It is getting the correct scene name. So when we pass this to the scene manager to unload that scene, it shouldn't be hanging up on an await here. It should either do it or fail to do it. Yeah, see, it should have an out success. Async operation is null. This would return null. Oh, Unity, brother. Let me see. Scene manager. See if this. See if that takes care of it. Just feel so annoyed. These are completely independent features. So whatever is happening inside of the scene manager. Not even. It's not even something I can directly like figure it out and then work around it. Get hung up. Like I can't get around it because it's the scene manager. And then just to show that this would work otherwise, where is it? Wait, it has overloads. What are the overloads on it? Unload scene options. That's it. Not what we're looking for. Anyway, to show that this would work, if I do this, just switch it back. Right? Like this doesn't make sense. I should be able to unload a scene. This shouldn't create a problem. I don't get what's the issue here, bro? Heck, we don't even need to async unload. We could just do a regular unload. Async is really just for the loading process. Right? And because the next step, well, actually with the async unload, okay, so now the roads show up. We still have that issue. And that's because we're doing the complete in the improper order. That's why I was saying yesterday that I think I should make a helper for this and just have the helper handle the order. Because remembering the exact order each time is not something that I want to try to take care of on my. Let me make sure it is unloading. So we have start scene, right? So it should be unloading the start scene once I hit this start game. Is it still? It should have, right? And you see it unloads it. So it knows how to unload start scene. So what is happening here? Async operation. So we know that this is informed. Maybe it's happening too quickly. It might be that it's happening way too fast or something. I don't know, brother. Shouldn't be the case, but these racing issues are crazy. Nope, that's not it. It's not a racing issue. Don't know what it is. I do know that my brain is about is enough. For whatever reason, can't do game. Or sorry, the Unity will not let us unload It could be that it needs to tell it that the active scene is the person. That's what's happening. Or it thinks it's trying to unload um the active scene and it's failing. So here it says that it is unloading start scene. It is loading prototypes. So busted, bro. I'm so sick right now. I don't see what the problem is. Oh, didn't fix it. Why? So let's check. Get rid of this. Get granular. Where are we getting to when we do this? Are we getting all the way to C or are we just stopping at A? What's happening? We are stopping at A. Okay. Right? So we know that we're stopping here. I don't see it. You got me. You win. Okay. This is a Unity thing. This is not a my code thing. This is actually a Unity thing. Unity will block async loading. That's what I'm reading. It will. So what's happening is a few things. Give me 1 second. What's happening is a few. We just need to change one thing though to get this to work. Okay. Super simple. Just need to think in portals. That's all we have to do. Right? So basically, we start the transition. So this is now just voice. Start the transition. When this hits to its center point, the high point of, we'll wait 1 second to run this. Then in this, we disconnect it. We start by unloading the current scene, load the new scene, and then, yeah, we can just get rid of it. That should do it. So what was happening is that because I was there, think of it kind of like it's pending a the load for the scene. Unity would not let me unload the other scene, what was causing the problems. That is painful to figure out. I spent like what 2 hours to try to figure that one out. It's a quirk in Unity. Sad. It is what it is. You wouldn't think that that would be the case, but we live and we learn, right? Figure that out. That created a whole storm of other problems we've been spending this entire stream to figure out. Hopefully that's... Yep, there we go. Oh gosh. That one issue. Like I said, I realized I'm like, there is nothing wrong with the code that I'm putting in. It was just a way that Unity handles async loading. You have to make sure that you have nothing being loaded or unloaded. Unity will lock you out of will lock you out of it. In this case, we really only did this because I wanted to test out making the async manager anyway, scene manager anyway. But at least we know that our code was just that quirk of Unity. Needed to remember. From now on, though, that's never going to happen again. I can vouch for that. Like, I am not goofing around with that. So this means that now we have to go back to over here. But we have nothing to really mess with. Okay, let's test out the process. Let's get rid of this. Test out the whole process. This is very different from how I remember async working, but apparently that's the way it works. Like I recall being able to store quite a few things in not loaded or like partially loaded. So it's kind of freaking me out that this, when I translate this back to the RPG, I need to do some research on it again then. I'm pretty sure you used to be able to store well actually someone was talking to me the other day about a Unity a built-in Unity solution for multi-scene. Well, um so maybe I'm just missing out a thing or could have been an asset. Um okay. Event system music. So we're gonna just close this. Back to the manager. With this done, we have the 3 stages of the game basically done. Is have the splash screen, go in, select our car. Of course, none of this really matters. Game. And it looks like the map. Yep, maps look fine. Yep, it's handling the pool fine. Awesome. Spacing looks good. Getting any jittery stuff. Things are spawning in. Okay, the thing that I wanted to hook in today was the ability for the vehicle that we select to actually show up here. But part of that also was to fix up some of the bugs, and I wanted to clean up the project. I didn't even get to that. I wanted to clean up the project files. Uh, but we did get this. This was a very simple thing to fix. After we fix those things, I want to then create like the link of the data where the unlockables will track stuff, or you will have something that's tracking your game's information that the bootstrapper will take care of when we start the game. There we go. And once that's done, oh yeah, we also need to start the game. Game's HUD. Yep. And then we have to. So this needs to be in. So technically, we don't need to turn it off, right? Because maybe if we make like a tutorial, and we can turn each and I would say, hey, yeah, this is this is this, and so. Oh boy, that was painful. So basically, it was 2 lines of code that was messing up everything else because of the way uh, async scenes were loaded. So what happens is that in this case, I don't store the objects inside of the scene that they are from. Cooler is storing them in the persistent scene. So what that means is when I leave the persistent scene, I want to return those objects back to the pool. Or sorry, when I leave whatever scene they're from, I want to return them back to the pool. This is good because instead of having to instance them in every single time that I switch scenes, I'm just pulling on the same stuff from a different scene. The downside to that is uh, um, you need to remember or need to make a way to send objects back to the pool. The rub in this case is that the async need was the async was having me issue the complete before it would allow me to load it would or it allowed me to unload the previous scene. So it wouldn't be until I actually unloaded the previous scene that the objects would return to the pool. The problem is that when doing this, it throws off things that are working at initialization on the next scene. Right? Because they're all tapped into the same pool. And so within that frame, the for loop, oh, going on. We have no clue. I think that's my computer. Everything is frozen. Yeah. Anyway, that's a good enough place to solve it. I think in 2 days I'm going to do a. Yep, there we go. In 2 days I'm going to do a profile on it. Yep, I can click stuff again. And come down to what's going on. Good. And eke out some corrections, any memory leaks that might be going on. Granted, there's nothing that should be going on because close out those scenes. Never know. All right, we're gonna call it there. Because like, yep, OBS froze. Sure if I'm even recording. There we go. Okay. So I'm not sure if it recorded any of that because OBS was clear. I'm going to assume it did. And we're going to call it there. So thank you for joining. Hopefully that was informative, entertaining. Then take care. Have